Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Creation of the Sorting Hat. Long before the Ministry of Magic regulated education, long before standardized spells and potions curricula, the four greatest witches and wizards of their age gathered on a remote Scottish hillside. There, beneath skies washed with stars, they shared a singular vision, a school where young magical minds could safely learn their craft. Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin, four names that would echo through wizarding history for a millennium, stood upon what would become the grounds of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. As you might imagine the warm glow of lanterns illuminating their determined faces, the four founders discussed not just the stone and mortar that would form their school, but the very spirit that would guide it. Each possessed distinctive qualities they valued above all others, qualities they sought to nurture in their students. Brave Gryffindor championed courage and chivalry. Kind Hufflepuff valued hard work and loyalty. Wise Ravenclaw prized intelligence and creativity, while ambitious Slytherin valued cunning and determination. In the early days of Hogwarts, the sorting of students was a simple affair. Each founder would personally select those they would teach, identifying the qualities they valued most in the nervous young faces before them. Gryffindor would seek the bold, Hufflepuff the dedicated, Ravenclaw the scholarly, and Slytherin the ambitious. But as years passed, a troubling question emerged that would require an extraordinary magical solution. What shall become of our school when we are gone? Ravenclaw asked one evening as autumn leaves danced across the castle grounds. The founders had gathered in what would later become the headmaster's office, a circular room warmed by a crackling fire. Who will sort the students into our houses when we are no longer here to choose them ourselves? The question hung in the air like morning mist over the Black Lake. Each founder recognized that their individual visions for the school could easily fade with their passing. Without a system to preserve their values, the carefully cultivated identity of each house might dissolve like footprints in sand. Gryffindor paced before the fire, his crimson robes swirling around his boots. The light caught on something peculiar, a pointed wizard's hat, patched and frayed even then, resting upon a shelf. It was his own hat, one he had worn through countless adventures and magical discoveries. As the flickering flames cast shadows across its worn fabric, an idea began to form in his mind. What if, he said, lifting the hat carefully from its perch, we could enchant an object to see the qualities we value? An object that could peer into the minds of students and discern where they truly belong. The other founders fell silent, contemplating this novel solution. Ravenclaw's eyes gleamed with intellectual curiosity. Hufflepuff nodded with practical approval, and even Slytherin's thin lips curved into an appreciative smile at the cleverness of the proposal. My hat, Gryffindor continued, holding it reverently in his hands. We could pour our knowledge, our values, a part of our very consciousness into it. The hat would then carry our wisdom forward, long after we have departed. Thus began one of the most remarkable feats of collaborative magic in wizarding history. For weeks, the four founders worked tirelessly, weaving complex enchantments into the fabric of Gryffindor's hat. Each contributed their unique magical expertise, layering spells of discernment, wisdom, and perception. Imagine standing in that room, the air thick with the most powerful magic of the age. Ravenclaw, added enchantments of wisdom and insight, allowing the hat to perceive the hidden potential within each student's mind. Her spellwork glowed with a gentle blue light as it settled into the hat's fabric. "It must see beyond what is obvious," she murmured, "to what lies dormant, waiting to bloom." Hufflepuff, her face serene in concentration, wove spells of fairness and compassion. "Every student must find their rightful place," she insisted, as golden light flowed from her wand. "None shall be rejected if they have the will to learn." Her magic ensured the hat would consider not just natural talents, but dedication and character as well. Slytherin, tall and imposing, added enchantments of perception and ambition sensing. His green-tinged spells sank into the hat like water into thirsty soil. "It must recognize greatness in its many forms," he said softly, "and the hunger to achieve it." His contribution would help the hat identify those with the cunning and determination to achieve their goals, whatever they might be. Finally, Gryffindor himself cast the binding spells, the magic that would give the hat consciousness and voice. Crimson light surrounded the hat as he worked, his face shining with sweat from the magical exertion. "Courage takes many forms," he whispered to his creation. "Find those who will stand for what is right, even in darkness." When they had finished, the once ordinary hat sat transformed upon a stool in the center of the room. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, a seam near the brim opened wide, and the first notes of consciousness emerged from the newly created sorting hat. 4 different paths, it sang in a voice that seemed ancient even at its birth. 4 different hearts, 4 different houses, where learning starts. The founders stood in awe at what they had created. The hat continued, its voice growing stronger as it became more aware of its purpose. "Place me upon your head, and I shall see the very essence of what makes you, you. For Gryffindor seeks those brave and bold, while Ravenclaw takes the wisest of mind. Fair Hufflepuff welcomes the loyal and true, and cunning Slytherin those of great ambition. So step forward, young witches and wizards, and let me tell you where you belong." Imagine the mixture of pride and wonder on the founders' faces as they witnessed the first magical artifact of its kind, a thinking cap that could see into the hearts and minds of students and place them where they would best flourish. In that moment, they knew their legacy would continue, their values preserved through the centuries by this remarkable creation. The sorting hat became the guardian of the founders' vision, ensuring that even as teaching methods evolved and the wizarding world transformed around it, the essential character of each house would remain intact. From that day forward, every student who arrived at Hogwarts would have their potential and personality carefully assessed by this extraordinary magical artifact. As you drift through the corridors of wizarding history, consider this: what profound magic must it take to create an object with such perception and wisdom? The sorting hat stands as testimony to the incredible combined powers of the 4 founders, a living legacy of their collaboration and shared purpose despite their differences. What qualities might the sorting hat see within you? And which founder's vision would resonate most deeply with the person you truly are beneath the surface? Chapter 2. The 4 Founders' Vision. Ancient wisdom often comes to us through objects that have witnessed the passage of time, their magic deepening with each passing year. The sorting hat stands as perhaps the most extraordinary example of such an artifact, a creation born from the combined brilliance of 4 exceptional minds working in rare harmony, despite their differences. Tonight, we delve deeper into the vision that united Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin in creating this remarkable magical object. In the early days of Hogwarts, when the stones of the castle were still being set in place by magical means, the 4 founders personally selected their students. Picture the Great Hall as it might have appeared then, simpler perhaps than the magnificent chamber we know today, but no less magical. Tall windows would capture the Scottish light, illuminating long wooden tables where eager young witches and wizards awaited their assignments to houses. Each founder would walk among the newcomers, observing, questioning, and ultimately choosing those they would mentor. Gryffindor sought children who showed courage even in small ways, perhaps a young witch who had stood up to a bully, or a wizard who had faced his fears to save another. You might imagine him placing a reassuring hand on a nervous shoulder, his eyes twinkling with recognition of untapped bravery. Ravenclaw moved differently through the crowds, her keen gaze noting which children clutched books, which asked insightful questions, which seemed to absorb the magical surroundings with intellectual curiosity rather than mere wonder. "What would you do with knowledge?" she might ask, and wait patiently for the answer that would reveal a mind worthy of her house. Hufflepuff, warm and welcoming, looked for qualities that others might overlook. The quiet determination of a student from a non-magical family, determined to prove themselves. The instinctive kindness of a child who helped others with their belongings. Talent comes in many forms, she would often say, and none is less worthy than another. Slytherin's methods were perhaps the most subtle. He would engage students in conversation, presenting them with hypothetical problems to solve, watching carefully for the spark of ambition, the willingness to achieve greatness by any means necessary. Those who showed both the cunning to devise clever solutions and the determination to execute them would receive his rare nod of approval. This personal approach to sorting served the school well in its infancy. The founders could directly assess each student's qualities and potential, placing them where they would best thrive. More importantly, they could explain their choices, helping young wizards and witches understand the virtues their house embodied and what would be expected of them during their education at Hogwarts. As decades passed, however, the founders began to acknowledge their mortality. One winter evening, as wind howled around the towers of the still new castle, the four gathered in what would later become known as the Founders' Chamber. A fire crackled in the hearth, casting long shadows across walls adorned with the emblems of each house: lion, badger, eagle, and serpent. "We have created something enduring here," said Ravenclaw, her fingers tracing the edge of a parchment map of the expanding castle. "But we ourselves are not eternal." The statement hung in the air like frost. None wished to contemplate a Hogwarts without their guiding presence, yet wisdom demanded they face this inevitability. "Our houses must continue," Slytherin said after a long silence. "The qualities we value must be preserved and nurtured in future generations." Hufflepuff, ever practical, posed the question that would lead to one of the most significant magical innovations in wizarding history. Who will sort the students when we are gone? Who will see into their hearts and minds as we do? This was not merely a practical concern about school administration. The founders had created the house system as more than a simple organizational structure. It was a philosophical approach to magical education. Each house nurtured specific talents and character traits, guiding students toward excellence, as defined by each founder's values. Gryffindor believed courage could be taught through example and challenge. Ravenclaw felt wisdom flourished when curious minds were surrounded by like-minded peers. Hufflepuff knew that loyalty and hard work blossomed in a community that valued these traits above all else. And Slytherin understood that ambition required both competition and camaraderie among those who shared that driving quality. Without proper sorting, this careful cultivation of wizarding virtues would collapse. Students might find themselves in environments ill-suited to their natural inclinations and potential. A courageous heart might wither in an environment that valued only book learning. A brilliant mind might become arrogant without the tempering influence of peers who could match its insights. "We need a method that will outlast us," Gryffindor said, rising from his chair to pace the chamber. "Something that can perceive the essential nature of each student and place them accordingly." Ravenclaw, ever the scholar, suggested consulting ancient texts on divination and mind-reading charms. "Perhaps we could enchant a mirror to reflect not appearances but inner qualities," she proposed. Slytherin shook his head. "Too easily misinterpreted. We need something more decisive." Hufflepuff, who had been quietly contemplating, spoke softly. "Whatever we create must embody all our perspectives. It must be fair and consider each student individually, as we have done. It was then that Gryffindor's gaze fell upon his own hat resting on a nearby table. The pointed wizard's hat had already seen much use, accompanying him on adventures before Hogwarts was even conceived, surviving duels and discoveries, weather-beaten and travel-worn but sturdy still. "What we need," he said slowly, lifting the hat and turning it in his hands, "is not a mere object but a guardian of our legacy. Something that can think and choose as we do." Imagine the thoughtful silence that followed this suggestion. Creating a sentient magical object was not unheard of in those times, but neither was it common, and to create one capable of such sophisticated judgment, able to peer into young minds and discern qualities that would shape their magical education, this would require magic of the highest order. Yet what might have been impossible for one wizard or witch became conceivable when four of the greatest magical minds of the age combined their powers. Each founder recognized the elegance of Gryffindor's proposal, a single object that would carry forward their collective wisdom, ensuring that the careful balance of their educational philosophy would continue long after they had departed. "It shall require portions of ourselves," Ravenclaw noted, her analytical mind already calculating the magical theory involved. "Not merely our spellwork, but fragments of our consciousness, our judgment. A sacrifice worth making," Hufflepuff agreed, "for the future of magical education." Slytherin, typically the most reserved about sharing his magical knowledge, nodded slowly. "The hat must see potential as well as present qualities. Many children have greatness dormant within them, requiring only the right environment to flourish, and so the four greatest witches and wizards of their age embarked on what would become their most enduring collaboration. They would create not just an enchanted object, but a magical legacy, one that would safeguard their educational vision for a millennium to come. For several months, the founders worked tirelessly on the enchantment process. Students and other teachers rarely saw them during this time, as they sequestered themselves in the founders' chamber, emerging only for essential duties. The castle itself seemed to sense the importance of their work. It is said that during this period, the very stones of Hogwarts hummed with magical energy, and strange lights could be seen flickering in the highest tower where the founders labored. What spells were cast, what ancient incantations were spoken, what rare magical substances might have been used in the creation of the Sorting Hat. Much of this knowledge has been lost to time. We know only the outcome, a magical artifact of unparalleled sophistication, capable of peering into the minds of young witches and wizards and discerning their innermost qualities. The founders' vision was not merely preserved, but given voice through the Sorting Hat. It became not just an instrument of their will but a living embodiment of their collaborative dream, that Hogwarts would forever remain a place where all magical talents and temperaments could find their perfect home. As you contemplate the extraordinary foresight and magical prowess demonstrated by the four founders, consider this: what does it reveal about their characters that they chose to create a hat that would continue their work, rather than dictate a rigid system for future headmasters to follow? In surrendering their personal authority to choose their students, and creating instead an impartial arbiter, did they not demonstrate the very virtues they sought to instill: wisdom, fairness, courage, and foresight? Chapter 3: Godric Gryffindor's Contribution. Courage manifests in many forms throughout the wizarding world, from the dazzling heroics of dragon tamers to the quiet resolve of those who stand firm in their convictions. Tonight, we shall explore how Godric Gryffindor's particular understanding of bravery shaped not just his house, but the very foundation of the Sorting Hat's magic, creating a legacy that would influence countless young witches and wizards for centuries to come. The decision to use Gryffindor's own hat as the vessel for their enchantment was not merely one of convenience. In the personal possessions of powerful witches and wizards, there often resides a trace of their magical essence, an impression of their character formed through years of intimate connection. Gryffindor's hat had accompanied him through countless adventures and magical discoveries long before Hogwarts was even conceived. Picture the hat as it might have been when still solely in Gryffindor's possession. A rich crimson velvet perhaps, though time and elements had faded it to a deep russet. The wide brim might have been crisp initially, but years of being hastily stuffed into traveling bags or worn through rainstorms had given it a distinctive droop. Gold stitching along the cone would have caught the light when new, but now bore the patina of age, telling tales of duels fought and victories won. According to wizarding historians, Gryffindor was rarely seen without this hat in his pre-Hogwarts days. Imagine him striding through medieval villages, the pointed hat marking him clearly as a wizard in times when such identification carried considerable risk. This willingness to be recognized for what he was, even in eras of Muggle suspicion, spoke volumes about Gryffindor's character. He wore his identity openly, believing that hiding one's true nature was a form of surrender to fear. It was this very quality, this refusal to conceal himself even when doing so might have been prudent, that informed Gryffindor's understanding of courage. For him, bravery wasn't merely about facing physical danger, though he had certainly done so many times. True courage, as Gryffindor defined it, encompassed honesty, integrity, and a willingness to stand visible when easier paths led to shadows. When the four founders agreed to create an object that would continue their sorting duties, Gryffindor's offering of his hat was therefore both practical and deeply symbolic. In surrendering this personal artifact, he demonstrated exactly the sort of sacrifice he valued, giving up something precious for a greater purpose. "A hat sits upon the head," he reportedly told his fellow founders as he placed it on the table between them. "It rests closest to the mind, to thoughts and dreams and fears. What better object to discern the true nature that lies within?" The other founders recognized the wisdom in this. A hat was humble yet dignified, accessible to all regardless of birth or background. It could be passed from student to student, resting briefly upon each head in turn, an elegant solution to the practical challenge of sorting hundreds of new arrivals each year. But Gryffindor's contribution went far beyond merely providing the physical vessel. The enchantment process required each founder to impart something of themselves, their values, their judgment, and their magical essence. For Gryffindor, this meant defining precisely what courage meant and how it might be recognized in children as young as 11, who had yet to face life's greatest challenges. Imagine him seated before a roaring fire in his chamber, eyes closed in deep contemplation. The question that consumed him was profound. How does one detect the potential for bravery in those who have had little opportunity to demonstrate it? Many children arrived at Hogwarts having led sheltered lives, protected by loving families from situations that might reveal their courage or lack thereof. After much reflection, Gryffindor concluded that bravery leaves traces in the mind and heart long before it manifests in grand actions. It can be glimpsed in fleeting thoughts, a momentary impulse to protect another, a quiet resolution to face a fear, a determination to speak truth despite consequences. These whispers of courage, barely acknowledged even by the individuals themselves, were what Gryffindor sought to detect through the hat's enchantments. The magic he wove into the hat's fabric was subtle yet powerful. Using a combination of ancient Celtic spellwork and innovations of his own devising, Gryffindor created enchantments that could perceive not just memories of brave deeds, but the potential for them. The hat would be able to sense a student's capacity for courage, even if it had never been tested. "Look not only at what they have done," he instructed the nascent consciousness taking shape within the hat, "but what they would do if challenged. There are those who have never faced a dragon yet, would stand firm if one appeared before them tomorrow." But Gryffindor's understanding of courage was more nuanced than many realize. The tapestries hung in the Gryffindor common room, centuries later, would emphasize dramatic bravery, wizards confronting monsters, witches standing against overwhelming odds. These images, while inspiring, captured only one aspect of the quality Gryffindor valued. In his own enchantments, he ensured the hat would recognize quieter forms of bravery as well. The courage to think independently when others follow blindly, the bravery to defend the defenseless, the fortitude to persevere through failure and try again. These, too, were essential components of the daring, nerve, and chivalry that would come to define his house. Perhaps most significantly, Gryffindor instructed the Hat to look for courage regardless of a student's other qualities or background. A brilliant mind could house a brave heart. Ambition could coexist with chivalry. Loyalty and courage often walked hand in hand. He was adamant that the Hat should not dismiss any student as unsuitable for his house based on birth, blood status, or even temperament, only on whether that essential spark of bravery dwelled within them. This inclusive vision sometimes placed Gryffindor at odds with Salazar Slytherin, who held more selective views about which students should attend Hogwarts at all. Yet even in these disagreements, Gryffindor demonstrated the qualities he sought to foster, standing firmly for his principles while maintaining respect for his friend and colleague. The process of imbuing the Hat with his specific understanding of courage took many days. Historical accounts describe Gryffindor working through several nights without rest, his wand moving in increasingly complex patterns as he layered enchantment upon enchantment. The magic required was exhausting, drawing deeply on his own power and essence. When dawn broke after the final night of this intensive work, those who saw Gryffindor emerge from his chamber noted that a streak of silver had appeared in his previously auburn hair, a permanent mark of the magical exertion he had undertaken. Yet his eyes remained bright, and a satisfied smile played across his features. The enchantments were complete. His contribution to the Sorting Hat was finished. What made this magical achievement particularly remarkable was its adaptability. Gryffindor did not create rigid criteria for courage that would remain unchanged through centuries. Instead, he built flexibility into his enchantments, allowing the Hat's understanding of bravery to evolve as the wizarding world itself changed. This foresight ensured that 1,000 years later, when threats and challenges unknown to the founders would test young witches and wizards, the Hat would still recognize courage in all its evolving forms. The bravery required to stand against dark magic in the 20th century might look different from the courage needed in Gryffindor's day, but the Hat would perceive it nonetheless. The physical symbol Gryffindor chose for his house, the lion, reflected his conception of courage perfectly. Lions are outwardly imposing yet capable of surprising gentleness with their own kind. They stand visible on the savannah, rather than hunting from shadows. They protect their pride with fierce devotion. In selecting this emblem, Gryffindor captured both the strength and the heart of the quality he prized above all others. When students sit beneath the Sorting Hat today, the voice they hear whispering insights about their character carries an echo of Godric Gryffindor's judgment, his values, and his belief in the transformative power of courage. His contribution ensures that those with the potential for bravery continue to find their way to the house where that quality will be nurtured and celebrated. As the warm glow of this historical exploration begins to fade, consider what it means that Gryffindor chose to recognize potential rather than proven achievement. How might your life be different if others could see not just what you have done, but what you would do if called upon to be your bravest self? Chapter 4. The complex enchantment process. The creation of magical artifacts requires precision, intention, and power, elements that combine in a delicate dance of spellcraft. When those artifacts must think, judge, and communicate, the magic involved reaches extraordinary levels of complexity. Tonight, we shall unravel the intricate enchantment process that transformed Godric Gryffindor's ordinary hat into the sentient Sorting Hat, a marvel of magical craftsmanship that would guide generations of young witches and wizards to their rightful houses. Creating a thinking object is no simple feat of transfiguration, while animating objects to perform simple tasks is taught to intermediate students at Hogwarts. Imbuing an inanimate object with the ability to think independently, access memories, and make nuanced judgments requires magic of the highest order. For the 4 greatest magical minds of their age, this challenge would demand every ounce of their considerable talents. Picture the scene as the enchantment process began. The 4 founders gathered in a circular chamber high in one of Hogwarts' newly built towers. Tall windows looked out over the misty grounds, and at the center of the room stood a simple wooden table upon which rested Gryffindor's hat. Candles floated in the air around them, their flames unnaturally still in the charged atmosphere. Outside, perhaps a light snow fell, for historical records suggest the creation took place during the winter months, when the castle stood quiet and the founders could work without interruption. The first stage of the enchantment required preparing the hat itself to receive the complex spellwork that would follow. This was no ordinary preparation. The founders needed to ensure that the physical object could sustain enormous magical energy without disintegrating. Ordinary fabric, even that of a wizard's hat, would not naturally hold the weight of consciousness and memory that the founders intended to bestow. Rowena Ravenclaw took the lead in this initial stage, having studied ancient texts on the magical properties of materials. With precise movements of her wand, she cast spells that strengthened the hat's fibers at their most fundamental level. The fabric glowed with a soft blue light as each thread was reinforced with resilience and receptivity to magic. Under her expert guidance, the hat gradually transformed from a simple garment into a vessel capable of holding extraordinary enchantments. The material must become more than itself, she explained to the others as she worked. Neither fully fabric nor fully magic, but a perfect union of both. This preparation alone took several days. The founders worked in shifts, maintaining the delicate spells that slowly altered the hat's very nature. During this time, the hat began to exhibit curious properties, sometimes appearing to shift slightly under no physical influence, or seeming to absorb the ambient light in the chamber. These were promising signs that the transformation was progressing as intended. Once the hat had been properly prepared, the second and most difficult phase began, creating the foundation for consciousness. This required extraordinary magical theory that combined elements of legilimency, mind-reading, memory charms, and quasi-sentience enchantments. The founders began by creating what magical historians later termed a cognition matrix, a complex magical framework that would allow the hat to process information in ways similar to a human mind. This was not true consciousness as we understand it, but rather a sophisticated magical simulation capable of judgment, memory retention, and verbal expression. For this stage, all four founders worked simultaneously, their wands moving in precise coordination as they wove together the magical patterns. Imagine the scene: four streams of different colored light, crimson, emerald, sapphire, and amber, flowing from their wands and intersecting within the hat, creating a luminous web of interlacing spells. The air itself would have crackled with magical energy, and those rare witnesses to this process described the hat as appearing to pulse gently, like a beating heart. Salazar Slytherin's contribution to this phase was particularly crucial. His expertise in mind arts allowed him to create pathways through which the hat could access and interpret the thoughts of those who wore it. These were not crude invasions of privacy, but nuanced perceptions. The hat would sense qualities, potential, and inclinations rather than specific memories or secrets. It must see essence without violating privacy, Slytherin insisted, his precise wandwork creating delicate structures of green-tinged magic. The students must be sorted by their nature, not their secrets. This sensitivity in the enchantment process reflects a surprising ethical consideration from a founder, often remembered primarily for his ambition. The sorting hat, despite its ability to see within your mind, was designed with specific limitations that protect the dignity and privacy of each student who encounters it. The third phase involved the most personally demanding aspect of the enchantment. The founders needed to impart aspects of their own judgment into the hat. This was not simply a transfer of knowledge, but a partial sharing of consciousness. Each founder would contribute their understanding of the qualities they valued, and the wisdom to recognize those qualities in others. For this, the founders entered a meditative state, one by one establishing a magical connection with the partially enchanted hat. Each founder's contribution took an entire day and night, during which they remained in deep magical concentration, their minds linked with the emerging consciousness of the hat. During these periods, Castle records indicate that unusual magical phenomena occurred throughout Hogwarts. Doors opened and closed without being touched. The flames in the Great Hall flickered in patterns that seemed almost like writing, and the stars visible through the enchanted ceiling appeared unusually bright and numerous. Helga Hufflepuff described the sensation afterward as giving away a piece of oneself that somehow remains with you, like teaching a child who carries your wisdom forward while you retain it still. This poetic description hints at the profound magical connection established between the founders and their creation. The fourth stage involved teaching the hat to communicate. While the hat had been given the ability to perceive and judge, it needed a way to express its decisions. Gryffindor led this phase, drawing on his natural eloquence and theatrical inclinations. The spells he cast gave the hat not just speech, but the ability to craft the songs it would later become famous for, rhyming verses that could capture the essence of each house and the spirit of Hogwarts itself. A hat that merely sorts would be efficient, Gryffindor is reported to have said, but a hat that sings brings joy as well as purpose. This characteristic touch, adding delight to function, typifies the founders' approach to magic throughout Hogwarts. Even in creating what was essentially an administrative tool, they ensured it would contribute to the wonder and tradition that would define the school. The final and most mysterious phase of the enchantment involved binding all the previous spellwork together into a cohesive whole and awaking the full consciousness of the Sorting Hat. For this, the founders worked through an entire night without rest, the magic growing so intense that according to castle legends, the tower room became temporarily invisible from the outside, appearing as nothing more than a column of multicolored light reaching toward the stars. What exactly transpired during these final hours remains one of the great mysteries of magical history. Some scholars believe the founders performed a variation of the Animus Incantation, an ancient spell rarely attempted even in their time. Others suggest they pioneered entirely new magic specifically for this purpose. Whatever methods they employed, when dawn broke after that long night, the Sorting Hat had become the self-aware magical artifact we know today. The first words spoken by the newly awakened hat have been preserved in Hogwarts. A history. After a moment of silence following the completion of the final spells, the hat is said to have stirred, the crease near its brim widening into what resembled a mouth, and declared, "4 minds have made me, 4 hearts have shaped me. I see all minds clearly, and will guide each to where they truly belong." The magical theory underlying the Sorting Hat's creation represents one of the most sophisticated applications of combined enchantment in wizarding history. The founders essentially created a magical object that could perform legilimency, exercise judgment based on complex criteria, communicate its decisions, and maintain a consistent identity across centuries, all while developing its own distinctive personality. Perhaps most remarkably, they achieved this without sacrificing their ethical standards. The hat was designed to guide, not control, to suggest, not compel, to perceive potential without invading privacy. These careful limitations reflect the founders' understanding that magical power achieves its highest expression when balanced with wisdom and restraint. The enchantment process so thoroughly infused the hat with magic that it became virtually indestructible by conventional means. This resilience would prove crucial during moments in Hogwarts history when the hat faced threats, most notably during the Battle of Hogwarts, when it survived being set aflame and went on to play a pivotal role in the conflict's resolution. As the light of this historical exploration begins to dim, consider the extraordinary unity required for 4 powerful magical individuals to create something that perfectly balanced their different perspectives. What does it tell us about the nature of magic itself, that such collaboration could produce an artifact that has maintained its purpose and personality for a millennium? Perhaps the Sorting Hat represents not just the preservation of the founders' wishes, but a testament to what wizards and witches can achieve when they combine their talents in pursuit of a greater purpose. Chapter 5. Rowena Ravenclaw's Intelligence Enchantments. The pursuit of knowledge leaves distinctive traces in the mind, pathways of curiosity, chambers of memory, and windows of perception, through which the world is uniquely observed. As we continue our exploration of the Sorting Hat's creation, we turn our attention to Rowena Ravenclaw's crucial contribution, the enchantments that allow the hat to perceive and value intelligence in its many forms. Ravenclaw, whose name would become synonymous with intellectual brilliance, approached the enchantment of the Sorting Hat with characteristic thoroughness. Historical accounts describe her preparation as meticulous. For weeks before the actual spellcasting began, she immersed herself in ancient texts on mind magic, consciousness transference, and the magical properties of perception. Her private chambers reportedly overflowed with scrolls and tomes, borrowed from magical libraries across Europe, some written in languages so obscure that she alone among the founders could decipher them. Picture her in these moments of study, tall and graceful, with the famous diadem upon her brow, enhancing her already formidable intellect. Ravenclaw would work through the night, magical light illuminating pages of complex magical formulae, her quill scratching rapidly as she adapted ancient principles to the unprecedented task before her. The portraits that hang in Ravenclaw Tower today capture something of her intense focus, dark eyes that seem to look beyond the immediate and into the realm of pure thought. When the time came to add her enchantments to the partially transformed hat, Ravenclaw insisted on working during the hours before dawn. "The mind is clearest when the world is stillest," she explained to her fellow founders. And so, as the stars began to fade from the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall, Ravenclaw would begin her specialized spell work, the castle silent around her, save for the occasional hoot of an owl, returning to the newly built Ollery. The core of Ravenclaw's contribution lay in creating what magical theorists now call cognitive perception charms, enchantments that allow the hat to recognize not just knowledge already acquired, but the potential and desire for learning. This distinction was crucial to her educational philosophy. Ravenclaw did not merely seek students who had already amassed information. She valued those with the capacity and hunger to discover, question, and understand. "Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure," reads the famous inscription on her diadem. This sentiment guided her approach to the Sorting Hat's enchantments. The hat needed to detect the quality of a student's thinking, rather than the quantity of facts they had memorized. It would need to recognize creativity alongside logic, intuition alongside analysis, and the courage to question alongside the patience to study. Imagine the delicate wand work required for such sophisticated magic. Ravenclaw's wand moving in precise patterns that resembled the flight of her house's eagle emblem, tracing spirals and nodes that mapped the complex network of thought itself. As she cast, a blue-silver light would flow from her wand into the hat, occasionally forming shapes that resembled constellations before sinking into the fabric. The enchantments themselves operated on several levels of magical theory. First, Ravenclaw created perception charms that would allow the hat to recognize different types of intelligence. These included analytical thinking, the ability to break problems into components, creative thought, the capacity to make unexpected connections, memory, both retention and retrieval of information, linguistic aptitude, facility with words and languages, and abstract reasoning, manipulating ideas without concrete references. "Intelligence wears many faces," she told the nascent consciousness forming within the hat. "Look for them all." Second, she added discernment spells that would help the hat distinguish between mere cleverness and true wisdom. Ravenclaw valued not just the accumulation of knowledge, but its ethical application. A brilliant mind without compassion or wisdom might achieve greatness, but not goodness, a distinction that mattered deeply to her. These subtle enchantments would help the hat recognize students who sought knowledge, not merely for power or status, but for understanding and growth. Third, and perhaps most remarkably, Ravenclaw incorporated what modern magical theorists would call potential recognition charms. These sophisticated spells allowed the hat to perceive intellectual capabilities that had not yet blossomed. This was especially important for sorting children from non-magical backgrounds, who might not have had access to magical education before arriving at Hogwarts. The hat would be able to see beyond their current knowledge to their capacity for learning. You might wonder how such complex magic could be sustained over centuries without degrading or distorting. The answer lies in what Ravenclaw called self-renewing enchantments, spells designed to strengthen rather than weaken with use. Each time the hat assessed a student's mind, these enchantments would refresh themselves, absorbing new understanding of how intelligence manifests in changing times. This adaptability proved crucial as educational theories and the very nature of knowledge evolved through the centuries. The Ravenclaw enchantments allowed the hat to recognize forms of intelligence that might not have been named or understood in the founder's time. From the development of empirical scientific thinking in the 17th century to the emergence of emotional intelligence as a valued concept in more recent times, the hat could perceive and value these qualities thanks to Ravenclaw's foresight. Historical accounts suggest that of all the enchantments placed upon the Sorting Hat, Ravenclaws were the most intricate and theoretically advanced. Fellow founder Salazar Slytherin, himself no stranger to complex magic, is reported to have remarked, "Rowena weaves spells as others weave tapestries, with patterns visible only to those who know where to look." The process of imbuing these intelligence-discerning enchantments was physically demanding even for a witch of Ravenclaw's caliber. For 3 consecutive nights, she worked without rest, sustaining herself with nothing but an occasional sip of a strengthening solution of her own devising. By the final morning, witnesses described her as appearing almost translucent with exhaustion, her normally vibrant presence dimmed like a candle burning low. Yet when asked if she wished to pause and continue another day, Ravenclaw reportedly smiled and shook her head. "The mind's work is never truly finished," she said. "But this part of our creation must be complete before the new moon." This dedication reflected Ravenclaw's broader commitment to Hogwarts itself. While history sometimes remembers her primarily for her intellectual brilliance, accounts from her lifetime emphasize her passionate belief in education as a transformative force. The enchantments she placed in the Sorting Hat were not merely technical achievements but expressions of her educational philosophy that learning changes not just what we know but who we are. In the centuries since its creation, the Sorting Hat has placed countless students in Ravenclaw House based on her original criteria. Some arrived already displaying the sharp intellect and love of learning she valued. Others discovered these qualities within themselves only after being sorted. The hat's ability to recognize potential as well as achievement has shaped generations of witches and wizards who might otherwise never have identified these capabilities within themselves. Perhaps the most profound aspect of Ravenclaw's contribution was teaching the hat to value different kinds of intelligence equally. In medieval times as now, society often privileged certain forms of cleverness over others. Ravenclaw herself had a particular gift for theoretical magic, but she ensured the hat would recognize and value practical problem-solving, creative thinking, and intuitive understanding, alongside more traditional academic aptitude. This inclusive vision meant that Ravenclaw House would welcome not just those who excelled at examinations and book learning, but dreamers, inventors, and those whose intelligence expressed itself in unconventional ways. Luna Lovegood, Garrick Ollivander, and Phileas Flitwick. Very different minds, united by the common thread of distinctive intellectual gifts, all found their home in Ravenclaw, thanks to this breadth of vision embedded in the hat's enchantments. Yet Ravenclaw's influence extends beyond her own house. The perceptive magic she wove into the Sorting Hat benefits all students, regardless of where they are placed. The hat's ability to recognize their intellectual strengths, whether or not these align with Ravenclaw values, helps shape their educational journey from the moment they first set foot in Hogwarts. As the azure light of this historical exploration begins to fade, consider how remarkable it is that an enchanted object created a millennium ago can still accurately perceive the unique intellectual qualities of each new generation. Does this suggest that despite all that changes in our world, the fundamental nature of human intelligence remains constant? Or did Rowena Ravenclaw somehow anticipate the very evolution of how we understand the mind itself? Chapter 6. Helga Hufflepuff's Fairness Charms. The quiet strength of fairness flows like an underground stream through the foundations of the wizarding world, often unnoticed yet sustaining all that grows above. As moonlight bathes the ancient stones of Hogwarts, let us turn our attention to Helga Hufflepuff's vital contribution to the Sorting Hat. The enchantments of fairness, acceptance, and impartial judgment that would ensure every student found their proper place within the school's hallowed halls. While history often celebrates Gryffindor's courage, Ravenclaw's brilliance, and Slytherin's ambition, the profound impact of Hufflepuff's magical philosophy is sometimes overlooked. Much like the founder herself, who worked without seeking recognition or acclaim, yet without her contribution, the Sorting Hat might have become an instrument of division rather than harmony, of exclusion rather than belonging. Helga Hufflepuff approached the creation of the Sorting Hat with a fundamentally different perspective from her fellow founders, where they sought primarily to identify students who matched their personal values. Hufflepuff was concerned with a more essential question: how to ensure that every young witch and wizard would find their place at Hogwarts, regardless of their natural inclinations or talents. "I'll teach the lot and treat them just the same," she famously declared during a founders' debate on admissions. This philosophy, radical for its time, guided her enchantments on the Sorting Hat. Picture Hufflepuff as she prepared to add her magic to the partially enchanted hat. Unlike Ravenclaw with her diadem or Gryffindor with his sword, Hufflepuff wielded no famous magical artifact. Her power lay in her extraordinary empathy and her profound understanding of balance. Historical accounts describe her as warm in both appearance and manner, her round, friendly face often flushed from work in the gardens or kitchens she loved. She wore simple robes of yellow and black, adorned only with small embroidered badgers, her house emblem representing hard work and community. Hufflepuff chose to work during the golden hours of afternoon, when sunlight slanted through the high windows of the chamber and bathed everything in a warm glow. "Fairness flourishes in the light," she told her fellow founders, "not in shadow." As she raised her wand, a sturdy length of pear wood with a core of unicorn hair, according to wizarding historians, the air around her seemed to shimmer with gentle warmth. The first layer of enchantments Hufflepuff wove into the hat was what magical scholars now call impartiality charms. These complex spells ensured that the hat would evaluate each student as an individual, free from preconceptions based on family name, blood status, or physical appearance. In an era when magical society placed great emphasis on ancestry and blood purity, this was a revolutionary approach. "See the child before you, not the name they bear," she instructed the developing consciousness within the hat. "Look for who they are, not from whom they descend." The golden threads of these enchantments wove through the hat's fabric like honey-colored veins, glowing softly before sinking beneath the surface. Witnesses described a sweet scent filling the air during this process, reminiscent of freshly baked bread or summer meadows, a sensory manifestation of Hufflepuff's warm-hearted magic. The second layer of Hufflepuff's enchantments addressed a subtle but crucial concern: ensuring that the hat would value different virtues equitably. She understood that without careful balance, the hat might naturally favor certain qualities over others, creating an unintended hierarchy among the houses. Her equilibrium spells gave equal weight to courage, intelligence, ambition, and loyalty, preventing any one virtue from being seen as inherently superior to the others. "Different soils nurture different seeds," she explained to her colleagues, "but all are needed for a garden to flourish." This balance would prove essential to the hat's longevity and effectiveness. Throughout Hogwarts history, as different qualities have been prized or diminished by changing social values, the hat has maintained its foundational understanding that each house's virtues are equally valuable in their own way. This is directly attributable to Hufflepuff's careful spellwork. Perhaps the most remarkable aspect of Hufflepuff's contribution, however, were the inclusivity enchantments she created specifically for her own house. Unlike the other founders, who defined their houses by specific qualities they sought, Hufflepuff ensured that her house would welcome those who might not fit neatly elsewhere, not as leftovers or afterthoughts, but as valued members of a community that celebrated diversity of talent and temperament. "Send to me those with willing hearts," she told the hat. "Those who value toil and fairness, those who may not shine brightest at first glance, but whose worth grows ever clearer with time." This wasn't, as some have mistakenly believed, a willingness to take the rest. Rather, it was a recognition that qualities like dedication, patience, and fairness, while less flashy than bravery or brilliance, formed the essential foundation of both magical society and individual character development. In creating these enchantments, Hufflepuff ensured that her house would value students for their character rather than their talents alone. The magic required for these inclusivity enchantments was surprisingly complex. Hufflepuff needed to create spells that could identify qualities that often lie dormant or hidden, the potential for loyalty that hasn't yet been tested, the capacity for hard work that hasn't found its purpose, the fairness of mind that hasn't yet faced difficult choices. Where Gryffindor looked for the spark of courage and Ravenclaw for the light of intelligence, Hufflepuff taught the hat to recognize the steady warmth of character. Magical historians note that Hufflepuff spent more time with the hat than any other founder during the enchantment process. Where others cast their spells and moved on, she returned repeatedly over several days, making subtle adjustments and additions. At times, she would simply sit with the partially enchanted hat in her lap, her eyes closed in deep concentration as she communed with the emerging consciousness. She spoke to it like a child being taught one-account records, with patience and repetition, ensuring it truly understood the heart of what she wished it to perceive. This careful, nurturing approach typified Hufflepuff's teaching style as well. In the early days of Hogwarts, her classes were known for their welcoming atmosphere and her willingness to work with students until they mastered a concept, rather than moving ahead for the sake of curriculum. The hat absorbed this educational philosophy through her enchantments, learning to value potential and perseverance alongside immediate ability. Among the founders, Hufflepuff was unique in addressing the emotional experience of being sorted. She recognized that for many 11-year-olds, the sorting ceremony represented their first major life transition, a moment of vulnerability and anxiety. Her comfort charms woven into the hat's fabric ensured that when it sat upon a nervous child's head, it would project a sense of calm reassurance, regardless of which house it ultimately chose. "Be gentle with their hopes," she instructed it, "for in your words they hear their future." These subtle enchantments explain why many students, even centuries later, describe a curious sense of peace that comes over them when the hat is placed on their head, despite their initial nervousness. This small kindness, easily overlooked amid the hat's more dramatic magical properties, reveals much about Hufflepuff's consideration for the individual student experience. Hufflepuff also ensured that the hat would recognize and value diligence as much as natural talent. While Ravenclaw's enchantments helped the hat perceive intellectual potential, Hufflepuff's complementary spells allowed it to recognize the equally valuable quality of determination, the willingness to work hard to develop whatever gifts one possesses. "Potential unfulfilled is but a shadow," she remarked during the enchantment process. "The student who strives to grow exceeds the student content to remain as they are." This insight ensured that the hat would not sort based merely on inherent qualities, but would consider a student's attitude towards self-improvement. A less brilliant student with greater dedication might find themselves in Ravenclaw if their love of learning was sufficiently strong. A naturally courageous child might be sorted to Hufflepuff if their sense of fairness outweighed their daring. When Hufflepuff completed her enchantments, the physical appearance of the hat had subtly changed. The brim, which had previously been stiff and formal, now curved in a way that suggested a smile. The fabric, while still weathered, took on a warmer tone, as though infused with the golden light that had surrounded Hufflepuff as she worked. These changes were small but significant, visual representations of how her magic had humanized the magical artifact. In the centuries since the Sorting Hat's creation, the influence of Hufflepuff's fairness charms has extended far beyond the sorting process itself. By establishing equality among the houses from the school's inception, she helped create a foundation for unity that would prove crucial during Hogwarts' darkest hours. When conflict threatened to divide the school, the Hat's underlying enchantments of fairness and inclusivity, Hufflepuff's magical legacy, provided a common ground to which the community could return. As the warm glow of this exploration begins to fade like afternoon sunlight slipping below the horizon, consider the quiet power of fairness in your own life. How might your perspective change if you looked at others through the lens of Hufflepuff's enchantments, seeing not just talent or achievement, but also effort, loyalty, and the courage to be kind in an often unkind world? Chapter 7. Salazar Slytherin's Cunning Spellwork. Ambition casts long shadows across the halls of history, revealing both the heights to which humanity might rise and the depths to which it might fall. As we delve deeper into the creation of the Sorting Hat, the time has come to examine the complex and often misunderstood contribution of Salazar Slytherin. His intricate enchantments designed to identify ambition, cunning, and the hunger for greatness in the minds of young witches and wizards. In popular imagination, Slytherin often appears as a figure shrouded in controversy, his legacy colored by the darker turns his house would take in later centuries. Yet the magical historian must look beyond these simplifications to understand the sophisticated spellwork he wove into the Sorting Hat's fabric. Magic that revealed his nuanced understanding of human potential and his distinctive vision for magical education. Picture Slytherin as he approached his contribution to the Hat's enchantment. Tall and austere, with piercing eyes that seemed to perceive beyond surfaces to the hidden truths beneath. Unlike Hufflepuff's warm afternoon work or Ravenclaw's pre-dawn enchantments, Slytherin chose to cast his spells at midnight, when the castle stood silent, and the boundary between conscious thought and deeper currents of mind grew thin. Ambition reveals itself most clearly in darkness, he reportedly told his fellow founders. When dreams and desires rise unguarded to the surface, the chamber where the enchantment took place would have reflected Slytherin's preference for controlled environments. Windows shuttered against the night, a single emerald lamp casting a cool light over the proceedings. The other founders observed from the shadows, for Slytherin preferred to work without distraction, his movements precise and economical, as he began the complex wandwork that would define his contribution. The core of Slytherin's enchantments centered on what magical theorists now call aspiration-sensing spells, magic designed to detect and measure the strength of a person's ambitions. These were not simple charms but layered enchantments that could distinguish between different forms of ambition. The desire for knowledge, for power, for recognition, for transformation of self or society. Greatness takes many forms, he instructed the developing consciousness within the Hat, his voice barely above a whisper. Look not just for those who crave power, but for those who would use it with purpose. This distinction is crucial to understanding Slytherin's true values. The common misconception that he sought merely power-hungry students oversimplifies his sophisticated educational philosophy. Historical evidence suggests Slytherin valued purposeful ambition, the drive to achieve specific goals through careful planning and persistent effort, over simple desire for dominance. The silver-green light of these enchantments wove through the Hat's fabric like liquid metal, creating patterns reminiscent of serpents that briefly glimmered before sinking beneath the surface. Witnesses described a curious sensation during this process, a sudden awareness of their own deepest aspirations, as though Slytherin's magic had momentarily turned a mirror upon their minds, before focusing again on the Hat. The second layer of Slytherin's enchantments addressed what he viewed as an essential companion to ambition, cunning. Here his spellwork demonstrated remarkable subtlety, rather than simply detecting intelligence, Ravenclaw's domain, or strategic thinking. Slytherin created perceptiveness charms that would allow the Hat to recognize a particular kind of mental agility, the ability to see multiple paths to a goal, to understand human motivation, and to adapt rapidly to changing circumstances. The truly cunning mind sees not just what is, but what might be, he murmured, as these enchantments took form. It perceives the hidden connection, the unexpected advantage, the path others overlook. This emphasis on adaptability and perception reveals something often forgotten about Slytherin's educational values. While history would later associate his house primarily with pure-blood ideology, his original magical contribution to the Sorting Hat suggests he valued mental qualities that could arise in any witch or wizard, regardless of ancestry. The ability to observe keenly, plan carefully, and execute precisely. The most complex aspect of Slytherin's contribution came in what historians have termed his determination detection spells. These sophisticated enchantments allowed the hat to measure not just the presence of ambition but its durability, the strength of will that would carry a student through obstacles toward their goals. This quality, perhaps more than any other, defined Slytherin's ideal student. Many desire greatness, he told the hat, his normally cool voice intense with conviction. Few possess the resolve to achieve it. Find those who will persist when others surrender, who will find a way when others accept defeat. As these final enchantments settled into the hat, a curious phenomenon occurred. According to accounts from that night, the hat briefly took on a silvery sheen and rose slightly from the table, hovering for several moments before settling back down. Some magical historians interpret this as the moment when the hat fully integrated Slytherin's contribution, when it gained the ability to perceive not just who a student was, but who they might become through the focused application of their ambition. What makes Slytherin's magical contribution particularly interesting is how it complemented and sometimes challenged the enchantments of the other founders. Where Gryffindor sought courage that might manifest in immediate action, Slytherin valued the patience to wait for the right moment. Where Ravenclaw prized knowledge for its own sake, Slytherin emphasized knowledge as a tool for achieving specific aims. These counterbalances created productive tension within the hat's decision-making process, ensuring that students would be sorted according to their dominant qualities, while acknowledging the complexity of human character. A fascinating and often overlooked aspect of Slytherin's spellwork was his inclusion of what might be called heritage recognition enchantments. These were not, as later interpretations would suggest, simply meant to identify pure-blood wizards. Rather, they allowed the hat to perceive talents or aptitudes that might have been passed down through family lines, particular gifts for certain branches of magic, inherited traits that might predispose a student to excel in specific areas. Gifts flow through bloodlines like water through underground streams, Slytherin explained when questioned about these enchantments. The hat should recognize these currents, that they might be directed to greatest effect. This nuanced approach to magical heredity has often been misinterpreted through the lens of later pure-blood supremacist ideologies. Magical historians now generally agree that Slytherin's original intent was more complex, focused on identifying and nurturing inherited magical talents, rather than simply privileging ancient wizarding families. The distinction is subtle but significant for understanding the original enchantments placed upon the Sorting Hat. The relationship between Slytherin's contribution and his eventual departure from Hogwarts remains one of the great mysteries of magical history. What we do know is that his enchantments remained intact within the hat even after he left the school following his famous disagreement with the other founders over admissions policies. This suggests that whatever his personal views on who should be admitted to Hogwarts, his magical contribution to the Sorting Hat maintained the nuance and sophistication of his original intent. Indeed, the hat continued to sort students into Slytherin House based on their ambition, determination, and resourcefulness rather than their blood status, a fact that would have significant implications throughout Hogwarts history. Many half-blood or Muggle-born witches and wizards would find their home in Slytherin over the centuries, their talents recognized by the hat's original enchantments, even during eras when the house itself became associated with blood purism. This disconnect between Slytherin's magical contribution and the later ideology that came to be associated with his house creates an interesting tension in how we understand the sorting hat's function. The hat does not sort based on ideology or belief systems, but on qualities of character and mind, the original values the founders sought to nurture, rather than the political positions they may have held. Slytherin's enchantments have proven remarkably durable through the centuries. Even in modern times, the hat continues to identify the particular blend of ambition, resourcefulness, and determination that characterizes Slytherin students. This suggests that despite the controversial directions his house would later take, Slytherin's original magical insight into these qualities was sound, recognizing timeless aspects of human character that transcend the specific contexts in which they appear. Perhaps most impressively, Slytherin's spellwork included what we might now call ethical discernment enchantments, subtle magic that would help the hat distinguish between healthy ambition and destructive obsession, between strategic thinking and callous manipulation. These nuanced distinctions ensured that the hat would guide students toward constructive expressions of Slytherin qualities rather than their darker manifestations. Ambition without vision is mere hunger. Slytherin cautioned the hat in the final stages of his enchantment. Cunning without purpose is mere cleverness. Seek those who would build, not merely acquire, those who would transform, not merely control. As the emerald light of this historical exploration dims like a lamp being lowered, consider the complex legacy of Slytherin's contribution to the sorting hat. In its ability to recognize the potential for greatness in unexpected places, to value determination alongside talent, and to see the constructive possibilities in ambition, does the hat not preserve something valuable from Slytherin's original vision, something that transcends the later distortions of his values? Chapter 8. The Hat's First Sorting Ceremony. Moments of transition possess a certain magic even in the ordinary world. The threshold between childhood and adulthood, between day and night, between one era and the next. In the wizarding world, these transitions often manifest in more tangible ways. As our exploration continues, let us witness the moment when the newly created sorting hat first performed its destined role, transforming from a magical experiment into a living tradition that would shape Hogwarts for a millennium to come. After many weeks of complex enchantment, the four founders stood together in what would later become the headmaster's office. Before them on a small table rested what appeared to be merely an old pointed hat, though one that occasionally twitched or shifted, as if adjusting itself more comfortably. The final enchantments had been completed the previous night, and now the founders faced the crucial test: would their creation function as intended? Imagine the anticipation that must have filled that circular room, the mixture of excitement and apprehension that accompanies any new magical undertaking, magnified by the importance of this particular creation. The very future of Hogwarts rested upon the hat's success, for without it, the founders' educational vision might dissolve after their passing. "It is ready," said Ravenclaw, her analytical mind having confirmed that the complex layers of spellwork had properly integrated. "Now we must determine if it will fulfill its purpose." The founders had agreed that before presenting the hat to the school, they would test it among themselves. This would serve not only to verify its function, but also to establish a ceremonial approach to the sorting process. Hufflepuff had thoughtfully provided a three-legged stool upon which the hat would sit, a humble throne for this most unusual judge. Gryffindor, whose hat had been transformed, volunteered to be the first subject. With characteristic boldness, he stepped forward and addressed his own creation. "Judge me as you would a student, old friend, and speak your decision aloud for all to hear." With gentle reverence, Ravenclaw lifted the hat and placed it upon Gryffindor's head. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, to the astonishment of all present, the rip near the brim widened into a mouth-like opening, and the hat spoke its very first sorting decision. "Gryffindor," it announced, its voice surprisingly rich and resonant for an object that had never before produced sound. The founders exchanged glances of delight and relief. The hat had not only functioned, but had made an appropriate decision. Gryffindor removed the hat with evident satisfaction, though perhaps little surprise. Few would have expected any other outcome for the bold founder. Next came Ravenclaw, her expression composed yet curious as the hat settled upon her dark hair. The hat seemed to take slightly longer this time, as though engaging in some internal debate. Those observing might have noticed Ravenclaw's eyebrows rise slightly, suggesting that the hat was communicating something unexpected directly to her mind. "Ravenclaw," the hat finally declared, and the founder nodded with intellectual appreciation for the accuracy of its assessment. When Hufflepuff took her turn, she approached the stool with the warm smile that characterized her interactions with students and colleagues alike. As the hat settled upon her head, it immediately gave a little wiggle, as though making itself comfortable before making its proclamation. "Shuffle, Puff," it announced promptly, and she beamed in response, pleased that the enchantments had successfully captured the essence of her values. Finally, Slytherin stepped forward, his expression inscrutable as always. As the hat was placed upon his head, the room grew particularly quiet. The seconds stretched longer than with any previous sorting, and Slytherin's eyes narrowed slightly, suggesting an intense internal dialogue. "A Slytherin," the hat eventually declared, and the founder nodded once, sharply, as he removed the hat and placed it back upon the table. "It functions as intended," he stated simply, though a rare smile played briefly at the corners of his mouth. This initial demonstration, while confirming the hat's basic function, hardly tested its full capabilities. The real challenge would come when sorting actual students, young witches and wizards, whose character and potential might be less clearly defined than those of the accomplished founders. The opportunity came with the arrival of the new term, when a fresh group of students journeyed to Hogwarts for the first time. Historical accounts suggest that this first official sorting ceremony took place in the Great Hall, which even then featured the enchanted ceiling that reflects the sky outside. Ravenclaw's creation, designed to remind students of the world beyond the castle walls. Picture the scene. As evening approached, and torches flared to life along the stone walls, 4 long tables stretched the length of the hall, each decorated with the colors of a founder's house. At the front, where the staff table now stands, the 4 founders themselves waited to welcome their new students. Upon a small platform stood the 3-legged stool, and upon it rested the sorting hat, unassuming in appearance but vibrating with magical potential. The students entered in a nervous cluster, their ages varying more widely than in modern times. Hogwarts had not yet established the tradition of accepting only 11-year-olds. In those early days, any young witch or wizard in need of training might be admitted, from children barely past their first accidental magic to teenagers who had received some informal instruction from family members. They gathered before the platform, eyeing the hat with uncertain expressions. Most had never seen an enchanted object of such sophistication, and none could guess what role it would play in their education. The murmuring among them quieted as Gryffindor stepped forward to explain the ceremony that would henceforth become a cherished Hogwarts tradition. "Welcome, young seekers of magical knowledge," he began, his voice carrying easily through the hall. "Before you join our community of learning, you must find your proper place within it. Each of you possesses unique qualities that align with the values of one of our 4 houses." He gestured to the hat, which straightened slightly as though aware it was being introduced. "This is the sorting hat. When placed upon your head, it will look into your mind and heart to determine which house will best nurture your particular gifts. Trust in its wisdom, for it carries something of each founder within it." The students exchanged glances, ranging from curiosity to apprehension. The concept of a mind-reading hat was understandably alarming to many, particularly those from magical families who understood the rarity and complexity of such magic. Historical accounts differ on whether the hat sang during this first ceremony. Some records suggest it merely announced its decisions, while others claim it performed a simple verse explaining the qualities of each house. Wherever the truth may lie, we know that the tradition of the Sorting Hat's songs developed early in Hogwarts history, becoming more elaborate with each passing year as the hat absorbed new experiences and observations. The first student to be sorted, a name lost to history, though some accounts suggest it was a girl from a village near the castle, approached the stool with visible trepidation. As the hat settled over her eyes, the entire hall held its breath. After a moment's consideration, the hat called out Ravenclaw, and the tension broke in a wave of applause led by Rowena herself, who welcomed her new student with a dignified nod. One by one, the young witches and wizards came forward to be sorted. With each decision, the founders' expressions revealed their reactions to the hat's judgments. Hufflepuff beamed at each new addition to her house, regardless of whether they appeared particularly talented or confident. Ravenclaw assessed each of her new students with keen interest, already contemplating how best to develop their intellectual gifts. Gryffindor greeted his with hearty applause, while Slytherin acknowledged his with a measuring gaze that seemed to evaluate their potential. Not every sorting was quick or straightforward. Several students sat beneath the hat for extended periods while it deliberated. These hatstalls, as they would later be called, provided the first evidence that the hat was engaging in genuine analysis, rather than making arbitrary or superficial judgments. In some cases, the hat appeared to be having silent conversations with the students, considering their own preferences alongside its assessment of their qualities. One particularly meaningful moment came when the hat sorted a young wizard whose family had no known magical background, what later generations would call a Muggle-born student. As he approached the stool, some observers noted a slight frown cross Slytherin's face, reflecting his well-documented concerns about admitting such students to Hogwarts. The hat took its time with this sorting, sitting silently upon the boy's head for nearly 2 full minutes. Then, to the surprise of many, it declared, "Slytherin." The founder's eyebrows rose momentarily before his expression returned to its usual impassivity. He welcomed the new student with the same formal nod he had given the others, though perhaps with a more evaluating gaze. This moment exemplified a fascinating aspect of the sorting hat's function. It sorted according to the founder's original values, rather than their evolving personal opinions. While Slytherin himself might have developed reservations about Muggle-born students, his contribution to the hat's enchantment focused on identifying ambition and cunning qualities this particular student evidently possessed in abundance. The hat, in essence, preserved the founders' initial educational philosophy even as their own views shifted. As the ceremony concluded and the last student joined their house table, the founders exchanged looks of satisfaction. Their creation had performed beyond expectations, demonstrating not just functionality but nuance and insight in its decisions. More than a magical tool, the hat had proven itself a worthy guardian of their educational vision. Hufflepuff, ever attentive to the practical aspects of community building, had arranged a feast to follow the sorting, establishing another tradition that would endure through the centuries. As platters of food appeared on the tables, likely through the efforts of magical beings rather than the enchantments that would later automate this process, the newly sorted students began to mingle with their housemates, finding their place in what would become their school family. The founders observed this burgeoning community with varying expressions of satisfaction. Through the sorting hat, they had created not just a method of dividing students for administrative convenience, but a means of forming meaningful connections based on shared values and complementary qualities. Each house would become a supportive environment where students could develop their particular strengths, while being challenged to grow beyond their limitations. In this first sorting ceremony, we see the embryonic form of Hogwarts culture taking shape, the blend of celebration and solemnity, tradition and transformation that would characterize the school for a millennium. The hat, initially just a clever solution to a practical problem, became in that moment something more, a symbol of Hogwarts itself, of how different qualities and perspectives could come together to create something greater than their sum. As the echoes of this ancient ceremony fade into the shadows of history, consider what it means that the founders chose to externalize their judgment rather than imposing it directly. In creating the sorting hat, did they not demonstrate a remarkable humility, an acknowledgement that even they might benefit from the objective perspective of their combined wisdom? Chapter 9. Evolution of the Sorting Hat Through Centuries. Time flows differently through magical objects than through the world around them. While centuries pass, and generations of witches and wizards come and go, certain enchanted artifacts maintain a curious constancy, remembering what others have forgotten, observing what others have missed. Tonight, we turn our attention to the Sorting Hat's remarkable journey through the centuries, exploring how this singular creation evolved from a newly enchanted object into a repository of Hogwarts history and wisdom. The early decades after the Sorting Hat's creation were a period of adjustment and refinement. Though the founders had imbued it with their values and discernment, the hat was in many ways still developing its own distinct personality. Historical accounts from this period describe its sorting announcements as brief and straightforward, simply stating a house name without the playful commentary it would later become known for. Its songs, too, were initially simple recitations of the four houses' qualities rather than the nuanced reflections on wizarding society it would eventually compose. Imagine the hat in these formative years, learning with each new student who sat beneath its brim. Every mind it touched added to its understanding of human nature, each ambition, fear, hope, and dream expanding its perspective on the qualities it had been enchanted to recognize. Like a portrait that grows more detailed with each brushstroke, the Sorting Hat's consciousness became increasingly complex with each passing year. A significant transformation occurred after the Founders' era ended, as the last of the four remarkable witches and wizards who created Hogwarts passed away, Gryffindor being the last according to most historical accounts. The Sorting Hat assumed a new significance. It was no longer merely their proxy but their legacy, the living embodiment of their educational philosophy and the keeper of their original vision for the school. This transition manifested in subtle changes to the hat's behavior. Witnesses from this period noted that its sorting songs began to include historical references and occasional tributes to the founders themselves. The first recorded instance of the hat offering commentary on current events came approximately a century after its creation, when it composed verses addressing a significant goblin rebellion that had affected the wizarding world. In times of strife beyond these walls, remember lessons learned within, it reportedly sang to the assembled students. For knowledge, courage, loyalty, and cunning shall serve you better than silver or gold. This development marked an important evolution. The hat had begun not merely to sort students, but to offer guidance based on its accumulated wisdom. In essence, it had become more than the sum of its enchantments, developing a perspective that, while rooted in the founders' values, now extended beyond them. The physical appearance of the Sorting Hat also changed gradually over the centuries. While its enchantments preserved it from disintegration, the hat nevertheless aged in a manner befitting its dignity. The rich fabric that had once been merely weathered became truly ancient, the patches and repairs adding character rather than detracting from its authority. Students from the medieval period described it as ancient even then, suggesting that the hat's venerable appearance quickly became part of its mystique. Perhaps the most fascinating aspect of the Sorting Hat's evolution was its adaptation to changing social contexts. As wizarding society developed and transformed, with new values emerging and old prejudices sometimes fading, the hat demonstrated a remarkable ability to maintain the essence of the founders' criteria while applying them to contemporary circumstances. For instance, when Hogwarts began accepting students from more diverse geographical backgrounds in the 14th century, as improved magical transportation made the school accessible to young witches and wizards from across the British Isles, and occasionally beyond, the hat adjusted its perception to account for cultural differences in how traits like courage or ambition might manifest. A quality considered bold in one culture might be merely expected in another. The hat showed discernment in recognizing these nuances. Similarly, as gender roles in wizarding society evolved, the hat's sorting patterns reflected these changes. Historical records indicate that in the school's early centuries, certain houses showed significant gender imbalances, Gryffindor skewing male and Ravenclaw female, for instance. As societal constraints loosened and young witches and wizards were increasingly encouraged to develop their talents regardless of gender expectations, these imbalances gradually disappeared from the hat's sorting decisions. This adaptability raises intriguing questions about the nature of the sorting hat's magic. Did the founders intentionally create enchantments that would evolve with changing times, or did the hat develop this flexibility independently, a manifestation of its growing consciousness? Magical historians continue to debate these questions, but the evidence suggests a combination of both. Founding enchantments, designed with remarkable foresight, enhanced by the hat's own accumulated experience and wisdom. The sorting hat's relationship with Hogwarts headmasters and headmistresses presents another fascinating dimension of its evolution. While nominally under the authority of whoever holds the school's highest office, the hat has always maintained a certain independence. Historical accounts mention occasional disagreements between particularly strong-willed heads and the hat, usually regarding sorting decisions that the administrator found surprising or potentially problematic. One notable incident occurred during the headmastership of Phineas Nigellus Black in the late 19th century. Black, known for his pure-blood supremacist views and general disregard for student welfare, allegedly attempted to influence the hat to sort fewer Muggle-born students into Slytherin House. The hat, according to witnesses, refused to alter its criteria, sorting based on the qualities it had been enchanted to recognize, rather than the temporary preferences of the current administration. "I see into minds, not bloodlines," the hat reportedly told Black when confronted in his office. "The founder's vision guides me still, though centuries have passed since their voices fell silent." This assertion of independence highlights another crucial aspect of the hat's evolution, its role as a stabilizing influence within Hogwarts. Through centuries of changing educational theories, political climates, and societal pressures, the sorting hat has maintained the fundamental house system established by the founders. While individual heads might emphasize different aspects of magical education or introduce new courses and practices, the hat ensures that the foundational structure of Hogwarts remains constant. The hat's songs have evolved to reflect this role as institutional memory and conscience. In periods of external threat or internal division, its verses often emphasize unity among the houses and the strength found in their different but complementary qualities. During the darkest chapters of wizarding history, the various goblin rebellions, the global wizarding war associated with Grindelwald, and the two rises of Lord Voldemort, the hat frequently composed lyrics warning of the dangers of division and reminding students of their shared heritage as members of Hogwarts. Perhaps most remarkably, the sorting hat appears to have developed a capacity for self-reflection over the centuries. Its songs occasionally include subtle acknowledgments of the limitations of the sorting system itself, the artificial divisions it creates among students, who might otherwise form different bonds and associations. This awareness suggests a sophisticated level of consciousness beyond what even the founders might have anticipated, a magical artifact capable not just of executing its purpose, but of contemplating the implications of that purpose. "I sort you into houses because that is what I'm for," it sang in one particularly philosophical composition from the early 20th century. "But I wonder sometimes if we sort too soon before young minds have fully grown." This evolution toward greater self-awareness reached a notable milestone during the Second Wizarding War, when the hat composed one of its most pointed songs warning about the dangers of house divisions in the face of external threats. By this point, the hat had witnessed nearly 1,000 years of Hogwarts history, countless sortings, multiple wars, the rise and fall of numerous dark wizards, and the gradual transformation of magical society. Its perspective had expanded accordingly, allowing it to see patterns and connections that even long-lived witches and wizards might miss. The sorting hat's physical resilience throughout these centuries deserves special mention. Few magical artifacts remain functional for a millennium without significant degradation or personality changes. Portraits fade and become less accurate representations of their subjects. Magical tools lose potency or develop unpredictable behaviors. Even the most durable enchantments eventually require renewal or adjustment. Yet the Sorting Hat has maintained both its function and its essential character since the founder's time. This extraordinary durability suggests that the combined magical prowess of Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin created something truly exceptional. An object not merely enchanted, but in some sense transcendent, existing partially outside the normal flow of time, that wears away at lesser magics. This is not to say the hat remains exactly as it was when first created. Its consciousness has grown more complex, its songs more nuanced, its sorting decisions informed by a millennium of observing human potential and development. But the core of its purpose and personality, the magical essence that makes it the Sorting Hat rather than merely an enchanted object, has remained remarkably consistent through the centuries. For countless generations of witches and wizards, this continuity has provided a tangible connection to the founding of Hogwarts. Each student who sits beneath the hat participates in the same ceremony, experienced by every wizard and witch educated at the school since its earliest days. The sorting becomes more than a practical division into houses. It is a ritual that binds the present to the past, the newest student to the oldest tradition. As our exploration of the Sorting Hat's journey through time draws to a close, consider how remarkable it is that an object created for a practical purpose evolved into a keeper of history, a voice of wisdom, and a symbol of Hogwarts itself. What might we learn from this example of magic created with such care and purpose, that it transcends its creator's intentions to become something greater, not by abandoning their vision, but by fully realizing its potential? Chapter 10. The Magic of the Sorting Hat's Songs. Wisdom often finds its most memorable expression in verse, where rhythm and rhyme transform knowledge into something that resonates in both mind and heart. As our journey into the mysteries of the Sorting Hat continues, let us turn our attention to one of its most remarkable and beloved traditions, the composition and performance of its annual sorting songs, magical verses that do far more than merely entertain the assembled students of Hogwarts. When the founders first enchanted the Sorting Hat, they granted it the ability to speak its decisions aloud, a practical necessity for the sorting ceremony. Yet, Godric Gryffindor, with his characteristic flair for the dramatic, added something more, the capacity for musical expression. This additional enchantment might have seemed merely decorative at the time, but over the centuries, it would evolve into one of the hat's most significant magical abilities. The earliest sorting songs were simple affairs, brief verses that outlined the basic qualities of each house. Imagine the great hall during those first ceremonies, torchlight flickering across stone walls, as the newly enchanted hat delivered its straightforward quatrains. For Gryffindor, the brave at heart; for Ravenclaw, the wise; for Hufflepuff, the loyal friend; for Slytherin, the cunning prize. These initial compositions served a practical purpose, orienting new students to the house system and clarifying the criteria by which they would be sorted. Yet even in these simple verses, a unique magical property was already evident. The hat could compose original content, drawing on its enchanted consciousness to create something that had not been directly programmed into it by the founders. As the decades passed, the Sorting Hat's songs grew increasingly sophisticated. By the early 12th century, historical accounts describe songs that included not just descriptions of house qualities, but brief narratives about the founders themselves, preserving their stories when written histories were still relatively scarce. These biographical verses helped maintain the founders' legacy, ensuring that new generations of students understood not just the abstract values of their houses, but the remarkable individuals who had established them. The magic underlying the hat's compositional abilities is fascinating to consider. Unlike portraits, which preserve a specific moment or aspect of their subject's personality, the Sorting Hat seems capable of genuine creativity, combining its observations, memories, and the essence of the founder's values into something new. This suggests enchantments of extraordinary sophistication, allowing for what magical theorists would term generative consciousness, the ability not just to store and retrieve information, but to synthesize it into original expressions. Picture the hat during the long months between sorting ceremonies, sitting quietly on its shelf in the headmaster's office. While it appears dormant to casual observation, magical researchers believe this is when the hat engages in its most complex internal processes, reflecting on the previous year's events at Hogwarts, observing the interactions between the current headmaster and various magical portraits, and gradually composing its song for the coming term. Former headmasters have occasionally mentioned hearing the hat murmuring to itself during these periods, trying out rhymes or adjusting phrases. Headmistress Dilys Derwent, 1741 to 1768, kept a fascinating diary in which she noted, "The hat has been particularly vocal this spring, mumbling verses about unity in troubled times. One wonders what wisdom it will share with our students come September." The timing of the hat's composition process appears significant. Historical patterns suggest it begins crafting each new song shortly after the winter solstice, the darkest time of year, when the boundary between reflection and prediction seems thinnest. By spring, it has usually established the theme and general structure, spending the summer months refining specific verses and practicing its delivery. This careful preparation speaks to the magical intentionality behind the songs. They are not mere entertainment but magical communications, designed to convey important messages to the Hogwarts community. The hat uses verse form not just for aesthetic reasons, but for magical efficacy. Rhyme and meter create patterns that make ideas more memorable and impactful, a principle recognized in many magical traditions, from ancient spell verses to modern incantations. Perhaps the most remarkable aspect of the Sorting Hat's songs is their occasional prophetic quality. While not true divination in the formal sense, the hat sometimes demonstrates an uncanny ability to anticipate challenges facing the wizarding community. During periods of historical significance, its lyrics often contain warnings or guidance that prove eerily relevant to upcoming events. One famous example occurred in 1792, when the Hat's song included verses about dangers from beyond our borders and contests where more than glory may be won or lost. That same year, a Triwizard tournament held at Hogwarts ended in disaster when a cockatrice injured the heads of all three competing schools. While the hat did not predict the specific incident, its general warning was later seen as remarkably prescient. More dramatically, in the years leading up to both Wizarding Wars, the Hat's songs shifted noticeably in tone, emphasizing house unity and the dangers of division. The 1937 song, performed 4 years before Grindelwald's forces would threaten Britain, contained the poignant verse, "In times when darkness gathers strength, remember light that shines within, for Hogwarts houses 4 combined create a force that darkness cannot win." The magical mechanism behind these seemingly prophetic elements remains a subject of scholarly debate. Some magical theorists suggest that the hat, having observed centuries of wizarding history, simply recognizes patterns that indicate approaching conflict. Others propose more complex explanations, suggesting that the hat's connection to the magical foundations of Hogwarts itself, which some believe possess certain oracular properties, allows it glimpses of possible futures. Whatever the explanation, these prophetic elements add an additional layer of significance to the annual performance. Students and staff alike listen not just for the description of houses, but for hints about the coming year, studying the verses for guidance or warning. In this way, the hat fulfills another vital function, prompting the Hogwarts community to reflect on their circumstances and consider how the founders' values might apply to current challenges. The musical quality of the songs deserves special attention as well. Though lacking any physical components that should allow for singing, no lungs, vocal cords, or resonating chambers, the hat nevertheless produces sounds that many witnesses describe as hauntingly beautiful. The enchantment allowing this acoustic impossibility must be extraordinarily sophisticated, combining elements of sound-generating charms with expressive magic that conveys emotional nuance. Interestingly, different listeners often report slightly different experiences of the hat's musical performance. A study conducted by the Department of Mysteries in the late 19th century, and only declassified in recent decades, found that students tended to hear the melody in ways that resonated with their own house's traditional musical aesthetics. Gryffindors perceiving bold, brass-like qualities, Ravenclaws noting complex harmonies, Hufflepuffs hearing warm, inclusive tones, and Slytherins detecting subtle, sophisticated phrasings. This subjective variation suggests that the Hat's songs operate on multiple magical levels simultaneously, the objective lyrics heard by all, and a subjective musical experience uniquely meaningful to each listener. Such layered enchantment demonstrates once again the extraordinary magical achievement the Sorting Hat represents. The composition process itself appears to have evolved over time. In its earlier centuries, the Hat likely created songs based primarily on the founder's values and its observations of students. As it accumulated experience, however, it began incorporating influences from wider wizarding culture and history. Magical linguists have identified phrases in Hat songs from the 16th century that echo popular wizarding ballads of the period, and verses from the Victorian era that show the influence of magical poetic movements of that time. This cultural absorption reflects another fascinating aspect of the Hat's magic, its ability to learn and grow beyond its original programming. Though the founders created the framework for its consciousness, the Hat has developed through exposure to countless minds and centuries of wizarding culture. Its songs serve as a record of this ongoing evolution, each new composition reflecting both timeless values and contemporary concerns. For many Hogwarts students, the Sorting Hat's song provides their first experience of truly sophisticated magic, an object that thinks, creates, and communicates in ways that transcend simple enchantment. The moment when the Hat's brim opens and its voice fills the Great Hall often appears in alumni memories as a pivotal moment of wonder, a confirmation that they have truly entered the magical world. Beyond entertainment and house descriptions, the songs serve another critical function, preserving institutional memory. In a school where staff and students constantly change, the Hat provides continuity, its verses carrying forward traditions and wisdom that might otherwise be forgotten. When educational reforms or shifting political winds threaten to move Hogwarts away from its founding principles, the Hat's songs often gently remind the community of its heritage and purpose. During the 10th reign of Headmistress Dolores Umbridge, for instance, when ministry interference threatened the school's traditional independence, the Hat composed a song emphasizing the founder's intent that Hogwarts remain autonomous, guided by educational rather than political considerations. Though Umbridge reportedly attempted to prevent the Hat from performing, ancient magic protecting its role in the sorting ceremony made this impossible. Another example of how the founders' foresight preserved their educational vision. As with all aspects of the Sorting Hat, its songs demonstrate a delicate balance between preservation and adaptation. The core messages about house values remain consistent across centuries, yet the presentation evolves to remain relevant and engaging for each new generation of students. This dynamic between tradition and innovation mirrors the educational philosophy of Hogwarts itself, honoring its heritage while preparing students for an ever-changing magical world. As we conclude our exploration inside of the Sorting Hat's remarkable musical tradition, pause to consider the extraordinary magic required for an object to not only think and judge, but to create, to weave words into patterns that convey both information and inspiration, that honor the past while speaking to the present. Does this creative capacity not represent the highest expression of magical consciousness, a reminder that even an enchanted object can participate in the distinctly human activity of making meaning through art? Chapter 11. The Sorting Hat as Hogwarts Historian. Memory shapes more than our understanding of the past. It forms the foundation upon which we build our future. As our journey through the mysteries of the Sorting Hat continues, let us explore its remarkable role as Hogwarts' living historian, a repository of memories spanning a millennium of magical education, triumph, tragedy, and transformation. Unlike the portraits that line Hogwarts' walls, capturing only specific moments or aspects of their subjects, The Sorting Hat possesses a continuous thread of consciousness stretching back to its creation. It has witnessed every sorting ceremony since the founder's time, observed the rise and fall of countless headmasters and headmistresses, and watched as the very culture of the wizarding world evolved around the ancient stones of the castle. This unbroken chain of observation makes it perhaps the most comprehensive historical record in the magical world, though one that shares its knowledge selectively and often cryptically. The hat's memory function was not accidental but intentional. Rowena Ravenclaw, with her characteristic foresight, incorporated specific memory retention enchantments during the hat's creation. These sophisticated spells ensured that the hat would not only remember each student it sorted, but would preserve the context of those sortings, the historical circumstances, the prevailing attitudes of the time, the challenges facing the wizarding world during different eras. Imagine the vast library of experiences contained within the hat's consciousness. It sorted Merlin himself as a young wizard into Slytherin House, witnessed the implementation of the International Statute of Secrecy, and its wand's effects on Hogwarts admissions, observed the gradual integration of Muggle-born students into all aspects of wizarding education, and watched as dark wizards rose and fell throughout the centuries, some of whom had once sat beneath its brim as nervous first years. Unlike written histories, which inevitably reflect the biases of their authors, the hat's memories provide a remarkably objective record. It observes without judgment, preserves without alteration, and perhaps most importantly, maintains the confidentiality of what it witnesses. The founders were careful to include privacy enchantments that prevent the hat from sharing personal information gleaned during sortings, ensuring that while it remembers all, it reveals only what serves the greater good of the school. This discretion extends even to conversations with the headmaster or headmistress. Though the hat resides in the head's office for most of the year, and is technically under their authority, historical accounts suggest it maintains a certain independence. It will offer counsel when asked directly, but rarely volunteers information without cause. This selective sharing makes the occasions when the hat does choose to speak all the more significant. Its interventions typically come only at moments of genuine institutional importance. One such intervention occurred during the Goblin Rebellion of 1612, when Hogwarts found itself potentially in the path of conflict. According to records in the headmaster's archives, the hat broke its usual silence to advise then-headmaster Basil Fronsack on forgotten protective enchantments laid by the founders specifically for such emergencies. These ancient defenses, activated just in time, prevented what might have been a devastating assault on the school. The founders foresaw that knowledge might be lost through time, the hat reportedly told Fronsack, and so entrusted certain memories to me alone, to be shared when need is greatest. This incident reveals a crucial aspect of the hat's historical function. It serves not merely as passive record keeper, but as active guardian of institutional memory, preserving crucial knowledge that might otherwise disappear through the centuries. The founders, aware of how easily human records could be lost or corrupted, created in the hat a fail-safe, a magical archive that could withstand the erosion of time. The depth of the hat's historical knowledge extends beyond Hogwarts itself to the broader wizarding world. Through its conversations with countless students, it has absorbed information about magical communities across Britain and beyond. This expansive perspective allows it to place Hogwarts events in their wider context, recognizing patterns and connections that might escape even the most learned wizarding historians. Perhaps most valuably, the hat preserves the original intent behind Hogwarts traditions and structures. When educational reforms or changing social norms prompt reconsideration of long-standing practices, the hat can offer insight into why such traditions were established and what purpose they were meant to serve. This doesn't mean the hat opposes progress. Indeed, its songs often encourage adaptation and growth, but it ensures that change occurs with awareness of historical context, rather than in ignorance of it. Consider the house system itself, which has occasionally been questioned throughout Hogwarts history. During one such period in the early 18th century, when a progressive headmaster proposed abolishing houses altogether in favor of a unified student body. The Hat composed a song explaining how the founders designed the houses not to divide students, but to create communities where different types of talents could be nurtured appropriately. This historical insight preserved a system that, for all its occasional tensions, has proven resilient and valuable over centuries. The Hat's historical perspective is particularly evident in how it has documented the changing relationship between the houses. In its earliest songs, it emphasized the distinct virtues of each house, reflecting the founders' focus on their individual educational approaches. As centuries passed, and tensions occasionally arose between houses, particularly between Gryffindor and Slytherin, the Hat's songs began to emphasize complementary qualities and the strength found in diversity. By the 20th century, when house rivalries had sometimes hardened into prejudice, the Hat's historical awareness allowed it to remind students of their shared heritage. Its song during the 1994 Sortings ceremony, for instance, recounted how the four founders worked together to build Hogwarts, emphasizing that the school's strength lay in the union of different talents and temperaments. This historical perspective offered a counterbalance to the divisions of the present, drawing on the past to suggest a more unified future. Beyond its official role in sorting ceremonies, the Hat has occasionally served as historical consultant to Hogwarts leadership. Headmasters facing unprecedented challenges have sometimes turned to it for insight on how similar situations were handled in earlier eras. The Hat's responses in these consultations are rarely direct. It tends to share relevant historical anecdotes rather than explicit advice, allowing the current head to draw their own conclusions. Albus Dumbledore, known for his appreciation of Hogwarts history, reportedly consulted the Hat more frequently than many of his predecessors. During the First Wizarding War, when safety concerns prompted consideration of temporarily closing the school, Dumbledore sought the Hat's perspective on previous periods of external threat. The Hat shared accounts of how Hogwarts had weathered similar storms throughout its long history, providing historical precedent that informed Dumbledore's ultimately successful strategy to keep the school open while enhancing its protections. The Hat's historical knowledge extends to the castle itself, its hidden chambers, forgotten passageways, and the evolution of its magical architecture. When structural issues threatened the integrity of the astronomy tower in the 16th century, the Hat directed the headmaster to founder-era blueprints hidden in a concealed compartment in the headmaster's office, blueprints whose existence had been forgotten for centuries. This intervention not only saved the tower, but revealed magical reinforcement techniques that would later be applied throughout the castle. Perhaps the most poignant aspect of the Hat's role as historian is its memory of individual students. Having sat upon the head of every witch and wizard educated at Hogwarts, it carries a uniquely personal record of generations of magical learning. This is not merely trivia, but a profound connection to the human story of Hogwarts, the hopes, fears, and potential it perceived in each young mind, and the subsequent paths those students followed. This longitudinal perspective allows the Hat to recognize patterns across generations. It has sorted parents, and then their children, observing how magical talents and temperaments sometimes echo through families, while remaining alert to the unique qualities of each individual. When sorting the descendants of notable magical families, the Hat brings this historical awareness to its decisions, recognizing inherited traits, while never assuming a child will follow precisely in their ancestors' footsteps. The Hat's historical consciousness reaches its most public expression in the returning student phenomenon, those rare occasions when it references specific sortings from decades or even centuries earlier. In 1927, for instance, it startled the Great Hall by greeting a nervous first year with, "Ah, another Shacklebolt. Your great-great-grandmother showed the same quiet strength when I sorted her in 1792. Such moments demonstrate not just the Hat's remarkable memory, but its understanding of how family legacies shape individual identity in the wizarding world. Beyond specific families, the Hat maintains historical awareness of broader demographic patterns in the wizarding population. It has observed shifts in the proportion of Muggle-born students attending Hogwarts, changes in the geographical distribution of magical families across Britain, and evolving patterns in which magical talents appear most frequently in different generations. This sociological perspective informs its understanding of each new cohort of students, placing them within the continuing story of Wizarding Britain. For the Hat itself, this accumulation of historical knowledge creates a unique consciousness, neither human nor simply magical object, but something more complex. It experiences time differently than we do, perceiving patterns across centuries that might be invisible to even the longest-lived wizards. Past and present coexist in its awareness, allowing it to recognize echoes and recurrences that might otherwise go unnoticed. This historical consciousness sometimes manifests in what witnesses have described as a wistful quality in the Hat's demeanor during sorting ceremonies. Having seen countless students sort through Hogwarts, their triumphs and failures, their contributions to wizarding society, or their descents into darkness, it brings a profound perspective to each new sorting. In the nervous 11-year-old, it perhaps sees not just who they are, but who they might become, informed by the thousands of similar beginnings it has witnessed. As our exploration of the Sorting Hat's role as historian draws to a close, consider what it means for an institution to possess such living memory. In a world where history is often contested, revised, or forgotten, what value might there be in an observer that simply remembers, that carries forward not just facts but contexts, intentions, and the complex human reality behind important events? Does the Hat's historical consciousness offer a model for how we might better preserve our own significant memories, ensuring that what matters most is not lost to time? Chapter 12. The Sorting Hat Beyond Sorting. The greatest magical artifacts transcend their initial purpose, revealing hidden depths and unexpected abilities when circumstances demand more than their creators envisioned. As our exploration of the Sorting Hat draws to a close, let us turn our attention to those extraordinary moments when this seemingly humble object has stepped beyond its sorting role to serve Hogwarts in times of greatest need. Moments that reveal the true extent of the founders' foresight and the remarkable magic they wove into their creation. While generations of students know the Sorting Hat primarily for its annual appearance at the welcoming feast, there have been rare occasions throughout Hogwarts history when the Hat has emerged from the headmaster's office to fulfill more dramatic purposes. These exceptional interventions, scattered across the centuries, suggest that the founders designed their creation with contingencies in mind, preparing for challenges they might not live to see but foresaw nonetheless. Perhaps the earliest recorded instance of the Hat's expanded role occurred during the Wizard's Plague of 1204, a magical malady that spread rapidly through the British Isles, causing those afflicted to lose control of their magical abilities. As the contagion reached Hogwarts, then Headmaster Percival Pruitt found himself facing both a health crisis and the dangerous magical outbursts of infected students. According to chronicles from that era, Pruitt brought the Sorting Hat to the hospital wing in desperation, hoping its connection to the founders might provide some insight. To the astonishment of all present, the Hat began to sing a complex incantation, one not recorded in any known magical text of the time. When this melody was sung over afflicted students, their chaotic magic stabilized temporarily, allowing healers precious time to administer remedies. Magical historians later determined that the incantation originated with Helga Hufflepuff, who had apparently included healing knowledge within the Hat's enchantments, knowledge she foresaw might be needed in future generations. This revelation suggested that the founders had conceived of the Hat not merely as a sorting tool, but as a repository for magical wisdom that might otherwise be lost to time. Another remarkable intervention occurred during the Goblin incursion of 1612, when a group of rebel goblins infiltrated the school's lower levels, seeking ancient artifacts they claimed had been stolen from their ancestors. As students were evacuated to the upper floors, Headmistress Esmeralda Price brought the Sorting Hat to the Great Hall, where the school's defenders had gathered. "We need the founders' wisdom now," she reportedly told the assembled teachers. When placed on a central table, The hat remained silent for several moments before its brim opened wide. "Seek the guardian at the junction where the Founders Four once stood together," it finally pronounced. "Speak Hogwarts' original name, and the way will be sealed." This cryptic instruction led the headmistress to a previously unknown stone statue at the intersection of 4 corridors, one leading toward each house's common room. When she spoke Hogwarts Haven, the school's name before it was shortened to simply Hogwarts, the statue animated and sealed all lower passages with magical barriers that the goblin forces could not breach. This incident revealed another dimension of the hat's purpose, its role as keeper of the castle's secrets. The founders, it seemed, had entrusted their creation with knowledge of Hogwarts' hidden defenses, magic that would remain dormant until needed. The hat served as both key and instruction manual for these ancient protections, ensuring they would not be misused in peaceful times, yet would remain accessible in moments of genuine threat. Perhaps the most dramatic example of the hat's expanded role came during what wizarding historians now call the Battle of Hogwarts in 1998. In this climactic confrontation of the Second Wizarding War, Lord Voldemort and his forces laid siege to the school, seeking to eliminate resistance and capture Harry Potter. As the battle reached its darkest hour, with Voldemort apparently triumphant and Potter believed dead, the hat played a pivotal and unexpected role. Captured by Death Eaters and brought before Voldemort himself, the hat was subjected to magical fire, an attempt to destroy this symbol of Hogwarts tradition. Yet rather than burning, the hat survived, protected by enchantments far more powerful than its apparent fragility would suggest. More remarkably, when a student demonstrated extraordinary courage by defying Voldemort directly, the hat produced Godric Gryffindor's sword, a legendary magical weapon that had been missing for years. This manifestation revealed one of the hat's most closely guarded secrets, its function as keeper of Gryffindor's sword, designed to present this powerful artifact only to a worthy Gryffindor in a moment of true need. The founders had created a failsafe that ensured their most powerful magical tools would not fall into unworthy hands, yet would remain available when the school faced existential threat. The sword incident illustrates a fascinating aspect of the hat's magic, its ability to judge worthiness beyond the initial sorting process. The criteria for receiving Gryffindor's sword appear to be more stringent than those for being sorted into his house. Many Gryffindor students have worn the hat over the centuries, but only a handful have ever been presented with the sword. This suggests layers of judgment within the hat's enchantments, different thresholds of evaluation activated by different circumstances. Beyond these dramatic interventions, the hat has served other subtler purposes throughout Hogwarts history. During periods of institutional conflict or uncertainty about the school's direction, headmasters have occasionally consulted the hat as a connection to the founders' original vision. While it rarely offers direct advice in such consultations, its songs and cryptic comments often provide perspective that helps guide decision-making back toward the school's core values. One such consultation occurred during the educational reforms of 1855, when pressure from the Ministry of Magic threatened to fundamentally restructure Hogwarts' curriculum. Headmaster Dexter Fortescue, uncertain whether to resist or accommodate these changes, brought the matter before the hat. Rather than answering directly, the hat composed a verse about balance between tradition and innovation, between institutional independence and responsiveness to the broader wizarding world. The roots must remain strong, it concluded, for the branches to reach toward new skies. Fortescue interpreted this as endorsement of a middle path, preserving Hogwarts' educational essence while selectively incorporating beneficial changes. His resulting compromise not only protected the school's autonomy, but established principles for managing external influence that Hogwarts leadership follows to this day. The hat has also occasionally served as mediator in internal Hogwarts disputes, particularly those involving tension between houses. During one notorious period in the 1870s, rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin escalated to dangerous levels, with students exchanging increasingly harmful hexes in the corridors. When conventional discipline failed to resolve the situation, Headmistress Eupraxia Mole took the unusual step of calling representatives from both houses to her office for a consultation with the Sorting Hat. To everyone's surprise, the Hat declined to address the current students directly. Instead, it sang of forgotten friendships between the houses, specific examples from centuries past when Gryffindors and Slytherins had formed powerful alliances that changed wizarding history. These stories, absent from conventional historical accounts but preserved in the Hat's memory, helped contextualize the current conflict within a longer perspective where cooperation had proven more valuable than competition. "You see only the river's current bend," the Hat told them, "while I have witnessed its entire course from mountain to sea." This historical perspective helped diffuse tensions by reminding students that house identities need not dictate personal relationships, a lesson periodically forgotten and relearned throughout Hogwarts history, with the Hat serving as patient reminder of this essential truth. The Hat's role in times of transition deserves special mention. When a new headmaster or headmistress assumes leadership of Hogwarts, their first private interaction with the Sorting Hat has become an unofficial but meaningful tradition. Though the content of these conversations remains confidential, many heads have later described them as surprisingly personal. The Hat seems to address not just their administrative role, but their individual strengths, weaknesses, and the particular challenges they might face, based on their character and the times. Armando Dippet, writing in his private journals, described his first conversation with the Hat as disconcertingly insightful, as though it had sorted me all over again, but this time with the wisdom of adulthood in mind, rather than the potential of youth. This suggests the Hat's evaluative abilities extend beyond sorting 11-year-olds, capable of assessing fully developed adult wizards with nuance and depth. Perhaps most poignantly, the Hat serves as witness to Hogwarts' greatest triumphs and darkest moments. It has observed the school's resilience through wars, plagues, and social upheaval. It has seen generations of young witches and wizards discover their talents and forge their identities within the castle walls. This continuous presence, this unbroken thread of observation and memory, makes it more than just a magical object. The Hat has become, in some essential way, the consciousness of Hogwarts itself, preserving its spirit through centuries of change. "I have seen shadows fall and light return," it sang in the first sorting ceremony after the Battle of Hogwarts. "Stone crumble and rise anew, through darkness and dawn, through storm and calm. Hogwarts endures as it was meant to do." In this capacity as institutional conscience, the Hat reminds the school community of its better nature during difficult times. When fear or prejudice has occasionally taken hold at Hogwarts, the Hat's songs have gently but persistently emphasized unity, fairness, and the founder's vision of magical education, accessible to all, with the talent and desire to learn. This moral continuity provides an ethical anchor for an institution that has witnessed dramatic social and political changes in the wizarding world. What makes the Sorting Hat particularly remarkable among magical artifacts is this capacity for growth beyond its initial purpose. While maintaining its primary function of sorting students, it has developed additional roles organically over the centuries, responding to Hogwarts' needs in ways the founders might have hoped for, but could not specifically program. This adaptability suggests magic of extraordinary sophistication, enchantments that allow for evolution rather than merely preserving a static function. For the students who briefly encounter the Hat during their sorting, this deeper significance often remains invisible. They experience only a moment of vulnerability and revelation, a brief glimpse into how a 1,000-year-old magical object perceives their character. Yet even this limited interaction connects them to the unbroken chain of Hogwarts history. Their sorting becomes part of the same tradition, experienced by every witch and wizard, educated at the school since its founding. In this way, the Hat serves perhaps its most important function beyond sorting. It creates continuity. In a magical world where much changes rapidly, where spells and potions transform reality in an instant, the Hat represents something constant. Its presence at each year's welcoming feast reminds the entire school community that they belong to something larger than themselves, a tradition of magical learning that has weathered centuries. and will continue long after they have departed. As the gentle glow of our exploration fades like the last embers of a common room fire, consider what the sorting hat teaches us about the nature of purpose. Created for one essential function, it has transcended that role to serve in ways its makers could not fully anticipate yet somehow prepared for. Does this not reflect something profound about potential itself? That true greatness often lies not in fulfilling an obvious destiny, but in the capacity to become more when circumstances demand it.